Give me 1 sec. Yo. Okay. Well, because of the new leaks, I've decided to do something different, which is surprising to nobody, considering I change my ideas constantly. New leaks, new plan. Yo. Fucking hell, phlegm. Let me set the focus of this thing. Yo. Jesus. Okay. Do I really? It's all the fruits I've been eating. Clearly. Okay. We need to make some stuff. Shocker. We gotta make some stuff. The biggest thing, though... Scrape Limbo? Well, we are in Scrape Limbo still, especially with the new edition of, well, not even new edition, but, like, the new, Dwarven stuff coming back. The old new stuff. We're in that limbo. So I need to figure out how I want to do this now. It just sucks because, like, I was doing a bunch of stuff yesterday, and I was pretty content with it, but now I'm like, eh. Because most of the Dwarf book, not even most of the Dwarf book, but, like, some of it was just shown. And with it shown, I'm like, damn, we're really getting, like, a lot of these young characters again. Even more so than Ungrim, like, no shit. So I'm very convinced right now to, do young Thoric Ironbrow. Which means we gotta scrape a lot more plastic, or in this case, resin. So this is one. This is one. I wonder how you'd even, like... Could you ever chop? Okay, I have an idea. Ideas. I've got an idea. Oh. No. Oh? Now I've got a metal Thoric Ironbrow. To be fair, I have a few Thoric. One sec. Where is the beats? Okay, masks. We need masks. We have so many bits, but I need to find 2 masks that mimic these. So probably looking at this one. And they're both just kind of the same. I love these Warhammer streams. Do you really? I mean, most of the time we just sit here and scrape plastic. Okay, yeah, that'll work, actually. That could be pretty legit. So, we need to change a few things around, unfortunately. I had everything planned out, and now I'm like, you know what? No, we gotta do something else. We actually need to, de-age a dwarf. So this goes here, this goes here. We don't need the anvils anymore. Don't need these. Don't need these. Yo, 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 yo. Sorry, one sec. Man, I did all this work too, just to kind of go back on it. Eh. Okay. So I basically need to... What? Maybe that's called teeth. British teeth. British person finds out about teeth. British man discovers teeth. I wonder how insane I could do this. Could I ever chop this up to even make sense? Oh. Well, that's unlucky. Oh.
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
Akut, thank you, buddy. Thank you, sir. Okay, we need clad brakak. This thing. Clad brakak. What a name, dude. Can I... That hand is so fucking big. What the hell? I'll give it a, I'll give it a look in a few. Hmm. Jesus Christ, Finecast, this is so garbage. Jeez Louise, you know what? Actually, no. It's better that it's Finecast for this. Unironically. Hmm. How would you ever convert this to the point where it could look absolutely different? I think I would chop his arm and bend his arm down and then put his arm up like this in the air. So he's kind of mimicking the other pose. Hmm. How do I do this? How do I do this? Feet streamer, bro. What? Hmm. Short! Yeah, this is resin. I'm doing something I told myself I wouldn't do. I was supposed to be finishing what I wanted to finish, but now I'm brain rotten again. I'm gonna have to do a lot of converting. Hmm. There's no way I'm gonna do the hammer like this. No way, sir. No way for you, sir, the streamer. Grimheart? No, I've never heard of them. They're probably on Spotify, no? Maybe I would play Cities again. I mean, right now, listen, the Dwarven fucking Arcane Journal just got leaked to a degree. And the first thing I'm doing is Old World. Because that is, like, #1, personally, for me. Doom, doom, doom. Yo, yo. They are on Spotify? Oh. A lot of bands get on Spotify. I think they make like, what, 1 cent a play? It's pretty sad. 1 single cent a play. Probably less, actually. I feel like it's much less. I don't want to cope and say, like, man, bands are doing pretty good on Spotify, because it's like the exact opposite. Jesus. I'm gonna die. In game. Out of game. Terrorgeist. Samus and a Terrorgeist. Is that like Samus from... Is it Nintendo? Insephirum. Hey, Insephirum's pretty good. Someone might have suggested them before, and I might have heard them before, but right now... we are going to Warhammer for a little bit. Insephirum is good, though. That's a good band. Pretty sure they just put out a new album as well, no? Jimmy, yo, buddy. Hello, sir. Hello, everybody. Yeah, we just got on to, go back on hours of work. Because when you have an idea, and then when something gets presented to you, and you're like, oh, I could do that instead, it's not good. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. Ideas are always a problem within this hobby because they are just going to get you somewhere else. Friends convinced me to start my journey with Warhammer 40k, but they recommended 40k. Meanwhile, I like Night Hound from Sigmar more. It doesn't really... when it comes to painting, it doesn't matter, man. Like, paint whatever you think... well, paint whatever you think looks cool. You know, it's not really a matter of what's easy or what isn't. It's like if you kind of enjoy what you're looking at, you'll probably enjoy the whole process more. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to piece out Thoric again. I was supposed to be making, because, like, I'm trying to gear up for the old world. And I'm trying to make it lore-friendly as much as I can. And there was a recent Dwarf leak of, like, the Arcane Journal. It was today. And they're bringing back a few characters in their younger forms. Like, we already knew Ungrim was going to come back in his younger self. But there's also, like, Grim Berlickson's father, and I believe Thorgrim something. So I don't know if it's, like, legitimately Prince High King Thorgrim, but I'm going to be making a young Thoric Ironbrow. That's kind of where I'm at right now. So I need to try and convert a few things up to make him look a bit younger. A little bit more spry. And then also clean the model anyways. Yeah, whatever, I'll get to it. But yeah. That's the goal. Yeah. This hobby is so taxing. Because the actual creative process is just never ending. I had everything laid out to finish the anvil in a few days, and now I'm just going back on everything I did. Like, dude, let me be free. Let me just finish something in peace. Please. Please. Yeah. I mean, it's also just like, I guess when you finish an army, going back and creating more things can be very tedious, so you kind of want to get it right the first time. And getting it right the first time, hope you're happy with it. Because sometimes people aren't, and it sucks. But I feel like for the amount of work and time I'm putting into something, it hopefully would pay off. I repainted my whole Death Guard army because I didn't like the result. Yeah, exactly. See, I could never do that. If I did that, it would be game over. I would get nowhere. We would get absolutely nowhere. So, I know what I'm doing. I am making a young Thoric Ironbrow. And I'm just going to paint him like he's from his hold, Karak Azul. Because in lore, that would be friendly, that, like, even if you were making a separate force that has a separate paint job, he would still kind of be there, potentially. So it works out. So I don't mind doing that. It's just a little bit of a fun thing. Did you choose to not give the guy at the anvil the torch? What torch? You talking about the rune? I'm just straight up converting a miniature now. Instead of doing like... Well, I guess it was going to be a conversion. So this was supposed to be potentially the Rune Lord on the anvil. I'm just not going to do that. I don't want... It's just a Joe Blow nobody. Doesn't make any sense. If he was from Krazakarak, it still wouldn't make sense. Or you could maybe do some sort of headcanon, which I guess would work. Actually would work, but... When it comes to headcanons, I don't know, man. First army in the gold I used was really bad. I mean, you just, I guess, gotta think through it. Sometimes when you get into something, you just want to go, go, go. And when you go, 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 you can kind of, like, not think too much about what you're doing. And that's fine. But with how much time and effort goes into Warhammer, it's like, I kind of want to get it right the first time. If I can. Yeah, I did see it. I did see the leaks. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm back doing this. But you know what? You could just come up with any sort of bullshit you want, to be honest. I don't necessarily have to do Thoric, a young Thoric. I haven't started. Well, yeah, you gotta start with something small, right? I don't think you just start painting 60 knights without having some sort of plan. Because if that's the case, you're just gonna mess up and it's gonna be game over. See, now I'm questioning myself. Do I even want this? Because I just decided 2 seconds ago in my brain that I could do something else that would make logical sense from I guess, like a lore standpoint, kind of. I don't know, man. My brain is weird. I could still do the exact same thing that I was supposed to do. But young Thoric Ironbrow would be really cool. You don't like that? I kind of like that. Representing, like, where you're from. I love the individualism in, like, fantasy. Bretonnia, dwarves, the different states for, like, the Empire. That stuff is good. That's cool. It's just a matter of, like, can you put all that effort in to finish it, is the idea. It's not even about reading, it's more so making sense in my mind, because, again, I love the lore so much. And I like the idea that, like, this is a younger chapter in the world where all of these people are not old. Thoric would still be old, but, like, they're just in a different phase of their life, you know? Creating your own stuff is always fun, though. It's just a matter of, like,
Oh, look.
can you actually see it through?
Little barrel.
Is that on my other channel? I must have alerts on. Why do I have alerts here for the other channel? What the hell? This isn't even my gaming setup. What is going on? Okay. You know, in a way, I don't like well, nobody likes working with resin, but the one good thing about resin is you can convert it so much easier than metal. That is one of the great benefits of working with resin. The absolute conversion possibilities from typical things that should be metal, like originally Thoric would just be one piece of metal, separate, and good luck chopping that apart for, like, pieces. But now with resin, you can kind of, like, very easily hack it apart. Just don't breathe that crap in. Yeah, well, I mean, that's all you really had to do back then, right? Was, like, chop up metal, chop up lead. It's not fun. It's definitely doable, but, like, you can't get into it as hard as you would with, like, resin. You can get in here and just, like, shave off anything you want with just a knife. Yeah. Sucks. I was very surprised when they did the old world, I think it was the giant. It's like the Marauder Giant and the... No, not the Marauder Giant. They released one of the giants for the old world in resin. And they also did, like, the Orc Warboss on the Wyvern. And it was a clean casting, too. It wasn't crap. Put pennies under the base. Yeah, people do that. Or you could put magnets and weigh them down even more, right? And also have magnetization, so that could be a thing. Where are the torsos? Where are the torsos? What the hell? Oh. You know what? I don't need these. I can still use these. Just convert them up a bit. Sure. The old Bretonian BSB? I don't think I've seen that one. Is he on foot or on a horse? Probably on a horse, right? It's probably one of the older, like, army box ones. Which is typically where, like, the older BSBs came from. I think it was, what, 4th edition army boxes? The Slan Mage sitting in, like, Temple Guard units were so cool looking. But yes, everything was metal and it was awful. It's like, nobody wants to go back and, like, deal with those minis. Or if you do, you just need to, like, pin the hell out of everything. Or it just won't work. It won't work. No. Tutu yo, buddy. Dat yamat yo, sir. I don't mind the normal Metal Knights, but the other guy wants to convert Questing and Grail Knights. I mean, honestly, converting anything Bretonian makes sense, because you can really have, like, all of your knights look unique. Which I guess makes sense, though, right? Mostly. Does that make sense? If you want to go that route. Yeah, plastic is definitely the best. No one's gonna sit here and complain about plastic. And if you do, it's just like, okay, Grandpa, let's get you back to bed. That's basically it. Like, it's super good. Wood is better. What? Wood! Wood is better? Jesus. It's very bizarre. It is very bizarre. I mean, everyone's into this hobby for, like, something different, so if people want to convert, I like converting stuff. I think it's awesome. It just makes things that, you know, you typically wouldn't see. And that way you can be creative, but, like, if people don't like converting and they just want to build something and, like, field it, that's cool. I just find that a little bit boring sometimes. Jesus. Whittling is, woodworking is actually really fun. I find it enjoyable if you're at, like, a cottage or something. Because you're just surrounded by trees and you can kind of just sit around and, like, you know... Yo, Rainsden, are you having, like, a midlife crisis or what? What are you on about? Okay, that's fine then, never mind. I thought you were going to say you were just running it down. British man gains sentience. Decides to end it all. Well, the newest plastics are all digital. These are digital. But middle hammer plastics aren't digital. They were all hand sculpted. Like, yes, the old hammer stuff has character and charm, for sure. I'm personally not a fan of, like, super, super old sculpts. Like, what is it, the 90s? The 90s sculpts are kind of not my jam. I mean, it's subjective. They all look, you know, good, bad, whatever. Everyone has a preference, but I would agree that the digital stuff is kind of, a little bit lackluster in terms of, like, character. They almost always feel like a kind of a copy-paste sometimes with a lot of the infantry. But then, you know, you could just go in and, like, convert your own stuff and make everyone unique and whatnot, so. All these sculpts are, to me, is sandbox. You just do whatever you want. Build them as they're intended. Don't build them as they're intended.
It's cool seeing Warhammer creation on Twitch. Still my favorite streamer.
Hey, Kale, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's a very slow-going process, but we're getting there. Thank you, sir. It is a slow-going process. I'm so mentally drained. Okay, I'm not doing Thoric Ironbrow. I've decided a different headcanon, and for the sake of rules, I'm not going to tread on that. So, I'm just going to bring back the stuff I had done, and I don't have to worry about it, because we're good. It's good enough for me. Good luck with that, man. That shit is pretty crazy, no? There's going to be a lot of people there. There will always be a lot of people for Rammstein. If I was somewhere over in Europe, I'd want to go see King Diamond. Let me go see some Merciful Fate, which is what I should be playing. Not Rammstein, but... It lacks feeling. No, you're right. It lacks character. A lot of them kind of, like, again, blend in. They're all just the same, but... Hand-sculpted stuff will always look different from digitally sculpted things. Always, but they're both good. I like them. Everyone's from, like, a different time period when it comes to Warhammer, so you've got, like, the old folks coming out of their graves to, like, spew dust and be like, back in the 50s, we used to sculpt miniatures with our teeth, and it was all lead. Like, okay, Grandpa. But, you know, that's cool. There's a lot of old miniatures that look great. Yeah, and it was all lead. It's like, I used to scrape minis with my teeth. They ain't no mold line in a sight. All the mold lines are eaten. You kids are just soft. You gotta eat more lead. Like, what, Grandpa? Oh, the sculpts are great these days. I mean, I know what people say about old sculpts. I like I mean, you can't really... Middle Hammer sculpts are amazing. Maybe I'm just a fanboy, but, like, mid-2000s, like, fantasy sculpts, or early 2000s fantasy sculpts are phenomenal. Some of the best out there. Just so badass. And again, maybe I'm, like, very biased in that, just because I grew up with all that stuff, like, profusely. But the Dwarven sculpts, the Empire stuff, the Orcs and Goblins, like, it's just amazing. Everything fantasy was just amazing. I love it. Everyone's got some sort of nostalgia for something, you know? Even if it doesn't look good, it's like, I grew up with those, so it's great. Yo, yo. The Dark Elf sculpts, I mean, they're alright. I think they had a few decent ones, no? What? What's up? Hang on. Alright, we're here. Can you eat Warhammer? What's stopping you? Death. That's one thing that could stop you. Death. Just a minor inconvenient bit of dying. Bro, those dwarf leaks are looking so juicy. Oh, tomorrow is Sunday. For those who give a shit about dwarves, there should be a few of you. Tomorrow is Sunday, and there has already been someone, like a playtester, who sold the fucking Arcane Journal on eBay for $100. The dwarf one. That's so illegal what they did. I'm assuming tomorrow might be the PO. $100 minis. Yeah, the Skeleton Horde looks good. I mean, I have, Here, I'll show you something. You remember these? You remember these, Grandpa? The Psychostyrene? Oh my god, it's the first plastic dwarves. There's your fucking Skeleton Horde. Dwarf style before they did the fantasy box with, like, the fantasy races. That's an old one. I like those boxes, though. They're pretty cool. I have some of the Rogue Trader squat boxes. The plastic, like, space dwarf dudes with, like, the mini lasguns. No, it's not. This was like $50. Which is a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but, like, GW's history is so crazy. I think that was 80s, 83, 86 or something. I think. Late 80s, maybe. Still sealed, so, like, wherever that came from. I'm not really a big, like, old hammer collector. Votan, I mean, I've got a Votan army, I just don't have time to build them. 40k, the problem with Votan is they don't feel like dwarves. And I love dwarves because they're dwarves. I don't like short people because they're dwarves. Or they're aesthetically dwarves. I don't think they fucked it up, I just think they made it what it is, and it's 40k. They didn't fuck it up at all. I think what they did was perfect for the setting. It's just, it's not what I'm looking for. Because even the original squats are the same thing as the Votan. The original space dwarves were stunted humans, offshoots of, like, humanity that went out to kind of colonize and, you know, search new planets and whatnot. It's the same thing, just, like, re-envisioned. You know? Like, added to. I just prefer fantasy dwarves 10 times more. Votan need more beards? They do, but, like, the thing about the Votan is that they're not dwarves. They look like dwarves, they sound like dwarves, they act like dwarves, but they're not dwarves. They don't idolize their beards, they don't have... I mean, for God's sake, they worship, like, AI, and... They're clones. It's very 40k.
TFP 8 peaks.
It's very 40k, but, like, it's something I'm just not really a fan of. That's not to say it's bad, it's just not for me. Resinov, you buddy. To fit into the universe of 40k, I don't think you have legitimate fantasy dwarves get thrown into the setting one for one. I don't think I'd want that, you know? I think when they revealed that, like, the Votan were clones, I think that was, like, kind of the final nail in the coffin for me. Just because I can't feel anything for clones compared to people who actually have, like, biological families and everything, and all these bloodlines that are, like, driven through hard work and determination, you know, compared to just being, like, grown out of a vat and then you're kind of thrown into a job. You're like a cog in the machine. Which is, again, very 40k, but, like, it lacks a certain humanity that I like in dwarves. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's just, you know, how I feel about them. From a lore standpoint, I suppose. Because everyone's in the hobby for different things. You know, it could be cool looking, so you want to paint it, or you love the lore of it, so you want to continue doing it, stuff like that. I love the lore of Warhammer. That's, for me, like, #1. So whenever I look at miniatures, I kind of grasp onto things that relate to lore that I like, you know? But again, not everything is made for me, so, like, that's fine. Never would be, never should be. Everyone has, like, their own interests, and there's a billion things out there for everybody. Caradron are cool. Yeah, I like the Caradron. I do like the concept of, like, mercenary dwarves. Very, profit-driven. Yeah, you're good, man. Reznov, take it easy, buddy. The Ancestor AI God is a very cool parallel. It's just like a perverse version of it, but it's very 40k. You know, like all of this ancestor knowledge kind of became sentient in a way. That's a very cool way of putting it. Again, it's 40k. It's very depressing. Nothing is fun. Everything is very grim and dark. Like, there is no hearth and home compared to Warhammer Fantasy. It is a constant machine of, like, everyone doing something nonstop. Paint them like a fantasy dwarf army and remake the lore. You could do that, but, like, I don't want to force... I don't know, it doesn't sit well with me sometimes. You could do that, though. You could absolutely come up with your own lore. I mean, hey, look, I just debated on putting young Thoric Ironbrow into the game, right? Oh, they're bringing back Grim Berlikson's father. Oh, Ungrim's coming back. Oh, young Thorgrim, whatever. And I realized, I'm like, they're going to have rules, and this guy won't have rules. So fuck making young Thoric. My headcanon going forward with the Rune Lord on the anvil is he's going to be someone who learned from Crag the Grim, so my entire force can just be from Karazakarak. Crag the Grim being, like, the greatest Rune Lord to ever exist. He dwells in the deepest fucking forges of, like, Karazakarak. He doesn't come out, but I'm sure he's taught a few people kind of, like, his magic, his ways. So this dude kind of, like, ventures out and does his thing under the guidance of, you know. So that's the headcanon. That's it. That's as far as I'm going. I need justification in this horrible hobby. I don't know why, but I need to tell myself these things make sense. Even though that shouldn't be a thing. Just to make it seem logical. So when it comes to, like, Votan stuff, I know at the end of the day it's like, whatever looks cool, go with it, but on top of that, I'd like it to make a little bit of sense for the lore. Yeah, I'd agree with the Guard, yeah. I've always said the Imperial Guard were more badass than Space Marines. But that's, you know. I played Guard growing up, they're cool. Although Space Marines are like these untouchable demons, at least in the eyes of Space Marines. Maybe not so much demons, angels. Or, sorry, Imperial Guard. They're just kind of like cheating. Like, they're all genetically enhanced. They've all got, like, multiple fucking organs. They're caged in, like, impenetrable armor. It's like, dude. Yeah, we get it. They're great. But, like, what about John over here who's, like, wearing an inch-thick armor with, like, a little dinky flashlight gun? Like, he's kind of holding the line, no? He's doing the best he can. Yeah. The game is a little bit not the best sometimes, but you can't really go wrong with painting. It did, yeah. I heard that too. I still kind of prefer, like, the Firstborn Space Marine aesthetic to, like, any Primaris thing, personally. It's just what I grew up with. I think it looks a bit cooler. Maybe that's, like, nostalgia? I don't know, but... Well, Space Marines... I mean, pushed what? The grav cars look awful. I was laughing at one of the Primaris vehicles that has like 50 billion guns on it. It's like it's supposed to be a troop transport, but it's just a flying gun. Like, it's a little overkill. It's a little bit too aggressive with how many things are on it, but like, you know, that's okay. It's not for me, but it's okay. It's like, yeah, there's a lot going on. It could be toned back a little bit. But I'm not a GW hater, don't get me wrong. Listen, GW has been a part of my life since, like, childhood. I like what I like with their company, and, you know, say what you will. But the Primaris stuff... yeah, it's a little icky. It is not the most fulfilling thing to look at. Chromo, yo, buddy. Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, some people genuinely hate it. It's like, man, that's fair. It's an opinion. How can you hate dwarves, though? Come on. Don't you just love getting gunned down from across the map by short people who have no legs? And beards the size of, like, their torsos? And they stink? And they go off and, like, smell gold and lick it? And just talk about the past 24/7 like a bunch of old people, even though they're, like, 100 years old? Not 400? How can you hate that? We're good, we're chilling. Reason I'm not really on the main channel today is because of off and on cleaning. We're still trying to pack from the or not pack. We're unpacking from the move. I'm an elf player. Disgusting. As long as, you know what? I will accept elves as long as it's not dark elves. Dark elves are abominable creatures. I don't like elves, but, like, the dark elves are another level of, like, degeneracy. They're awful. That's cool. I don't know if that's going to happen. You may get, like, Grungni's created, ranged in peace, bro. Peace, man. You may get some sort of, like, stone army, which, there you go, there's your Orin followers. I like Dark Elves. Do you even know what Dark Elves do? Dark Elves are, like... just, they're horrible. They're horrible creatures. Horrible. You don't support Dark Elves. No! No, I don't like Dark Elves. Yeah, they're fucking disgusting. Not only did they fuck the Dwarves and the High Elves are fine, whatever, go die. But, like, there's no redeeming qualities of a Dark Elf. They've got 0 redeeming qualities. Wood Elves? Yeah, they're alright. Aesthetically, I like the Wood Elves the most. Okay. Aesthetically, I mean, cool, sure. But, I mean, the entire aesthetic of Warhammer Fantasy is amazing. I don't like elves, but, like, High Elves look great. Wood Elves look like Wood Elves. Dark Elves look like evil High Elves, which is what they are. No, the aesthetic is great. Excellent. I mean, the evil guys are typically more fun. They do things that aren't normal. They're heinous creatures, right? That goes for every, like, evil thing. The bad guys are usually more appealing, for sure. Not with the case for dwarves. Like, the Chaos Dwarves, I think, aren't cool at all compared to, like, the regular dwarves. They're just a sick parody of, like, what was. They fuse demons to war machines. They use slaves. It's like... kill them. Kill them with fire. Could I destroyers? There was never a miniature of that thing, eh? I think there was rules for it, though, in, like, the Monstrous Arcanum. Okay. Corn dwarves. I mean, slayers would probably be up that alley. Corn dwarves. It's just so jarring seeing anything evil dwarf. It's like, how could such a noble creature fall to such horrid ways? His companion is a female dark elf. You talking about Gotrek's companion? Yeah, well, she's not even, I wouldn't even say she was waiting for Gotrek to die so she could steal the rune, because that was kind of the whole thing. She wanted, like, a Fire Slayer's Master Rune, and Gotrek ends up hammering it into himself. And, she kind of tagged along, because she couldn't kill him. And she was just kind of, like, hanging out. Age of Sigmar stuff, though, I'm not too familiar. Not as of right now. You don't like the Chaos Dwarf lore? I mean, it's cool. Being abandoned and kind of like, you know, not hearing the prayers of your gods, but hearing something else and kind of like going towards that instead. Basically, you could say that, yeah. Urgold. She was an Urgold digger. Well, I mean, the biggest thing, like, I don't even mind Age of Sigmar, because again, it's a continuation of, like, Warhammer Fantasy, but it's a little bit far-fetched for me, I think is the biggest problem I have with it. It doesn't suck. I don't think AOS is bad in any way. It's just, it's not what I want out of a world. I love what Fantasy had, and then Age of Sigmar is, like, in a way, a degraded version of that. In my opinion, it's just different. It's just very different. I do like the game, though. I've yet to play AOS 4, obviously. I don't even think it's out yet. But the, what was I gonna say? There's just nothing really in Age of Sigmar that I can grasp onto. Caradron are cool, but, like, they're not traditional dwarves. Like, there are no real traditional dwarves right now that are relevant. The only ones you have are in the Cities of Sigmar, and even they're kind of just crap. They're like crap nobodies. Yeah, I like the Empire. I used to play Empire. They have some of the best minis. They have some of the best character minis. Holy moly, their metal sculpts are really good. There will be Chaos Dwarves in Age of Sigmar, yes. They've been teased recently, so they're coming back. I mean, Chaos did win, so it would only make sense that the bad guys would have their stuff back in AOS. Hmm. Okay. This is good so far. That is the circle. Good. Good. I need to work on a back banner. Wherever that is on my desk. I think the big question is, how do I do a back banner? How do I do one that looks excellent? They're good. If you love the fantasy ones, I mean, you'll start with the audiobooks. They're audio dramas. I suggest you just listen to them instead of, like, buying the books. Realm Slayer and then Realm Slayer Blood of the Old World, I believe, is what the first two are. Really good. Really fun. They've got throwbacks to fantasy. It's basically Gotrek's, like, first instance in Age of Sigmar. You'll love it. No, this one's broken. I can't use this. It's super good. I've only got through, like, I think 2 of the books, but it was years ago. It was when they first came out. No, she's not. From what I can remember, no. And I would even say, like, when you read those books, you can't help but love Felix possibly even more than Gotrek. Whereas the new books definitely focus more on Gotrek. Like, if you were reading Gotrek and Felix, it should be called Felix and Gotrek. Whereas the new books in Age of Sigmar are definitely Gotrek and X-Companion. Like, Felix is great. I feel so... Felix got... Bro, they spit on Felix. I hope he makes a return in Age of Sigmar. I don't want to see that guy dead. Too genuine. Too much of a bro. The Grombrindle AOS audiobook. I don't think I finished all of it. I've got it. I've read a bit of it. It's essentially Grombrindle manifesting himself throughout the realms in different scenarios with dwarves, and he's kind of giving them, like, a guiding hand, either helping them straight up in, like, fights, or, you know, with how to make a brew and how to birth a baby or some shit, like a ceremony. It's pretty cool. It's just how he appears throughout the world to different dwarves. Max Schreiber. Yeah, they all got... I mean, Ulrika spit on. Snorri was sad, bro. He's my favorite character for sure from, like, the series as a side dude, but, like, he had the biggest kind of, like, dear God, why do this? That's cool. Makaisen was the reason you went into engineering. Jesus, I don't know. That's like, don't kill anyone, dude. Don't kill anyone! I'm an engineer. Why are you an engineer? Many people died on my watch. Well, I mean, Malachi is... I mean, he's amazing at what he does. Obviously, it's just... I mean, his inventions got people killed. Okay. How do I do the back banner for this guy? Rather, which banner do I use? I think I'm going to go with this one. That, I think, is too much. That is also too much. What would Crag the Grim do? I'm going to probably go with the first one. Oh, I finished the books, I know. Ulrika just went out like a chump. Like, yeah, you know, I don't want to spoil the books for people, but... I mean, Ulrika was just garbage. She was garbage. Literal, like, trash. Unfortunately. The end times, like, Kinslayer and Slayer... not my favorites. I mean, they wrap up everything, but, like... not my favorites. Okay, so Crag the Grim has a banner. That's just typical old Warhammer, though, to be fair. I want this Rune Lord to be someone who has been taught under Crag. So he just has a straight-up banner. I'm torn between this one is a no, this is a no-go. It's between this one or this one. Probably this one. My 4-hour 3D print collapsed on itself. Yeah, that happened to me too, many times. Female characters are not good. In what, Gotrek and Felix? I mean, all the female characters in Gotrek and Felix are just like love interests to Felix. They're strong. They can handle themselves, which is cool. They're not just like, you know, oh, help me, Felix. Like, okay, maybe in the beginning that's kind of how they were, but like they've, with Ulrika and Kat and whatnot. Felix. I'm torn between this one and this one. This one as like a nod to Crag, because it is a square banner. But this one just looks so much more fucking like Rune Lord, Rune Smith. It just looks so much more impressive. But also ridiculous, because how the hell are you carrying this thing around? Big old banner. This one? This thing? Let me try and pin this together. D&D is not really for me now. The problem... I mean, D&D is just not for me. It's just not for me. I'm not really a big roleplay guy. I don't want to say the problem with me is... whatever. If I was to do anything D&D, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like DM or just make terrain and encounters and monsters and scenery. To me, that's intriguing as fuck. But like to sit there and roleplay the adventure and stuff like that as a character, I don't think I'd care about that. How tall would this be? Thankful inspired? What, like a schizo... drug inhaling madman? Mad rat? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's an evil character. I don't know if Gangplank would ever be a good character for, like, a party of people, because he's very much all about himself and not really there for anyone. Which I guess could work as a character, but, like, I don't know how that works for D&D. Baldur's Gate 3? No. Incorporate the colors of his banner or the emblem from Crag the Grim? Well, essentially what I want to do is... I'm going to make a Karezakarak force. So, like, the cream of the crop. Not like the cream of the crop fighters, but, you know, the Dwarf Hold. And I'm trying to justify ways to throw in a Rune Lord with an anvil. And I want some sort of callback to Crag the Grim, because he's kind of the guy of Karezakarak. He's the guy. And I like the idea that they all kind of have similar helmets. So his giant, the motifs of, like, Rune Lords seem to just be horns. Horns on helmets. But I also want to throw back to, like, the banner, I believe. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the square banner of some kind. I think it would, but then it would kind of look too much like him, in a way. No, Karazak Karak is High King. Karak 8 Peaks was with, like, King Lun and the whole Belagarb thing. Skarsnik and whatnot. You gotta make a character that would play in a group, because otherwise, why are you here? Yeah, exactly. That's not really Gangplank. Gangplank's like, okay, guys, do everything for me, you'll die, and that's good. I might go with the square banner. Oh, not like Gang... Yeah, that's fair. So like a scumbag, like a thug. That's basically what Gangplank is. He's just a thug. He's a thug with money. Okay, so we're gonna try the square banner. I'm probably gonna chop the hell out of it, though, because I don't want it to look like a, regular banner. That looks pretty cool, no? If I can position it. Looks pretty alright. Maybe not horns on horns, though, because, like, the head up here has horns, and then he's got horns. It's kind of stupid looking. I'd really need to convert something. Like, I think what I would do is maybe... I mean, that also looks so damn good, right? The double horns is the charm. Absolutely. It makes the model look so much better. For sure. I just don't know. Maybe what I could do is swap the anvil from this one to this one. Like, there's no way I want this here. Stupid. Is that too tall, though? That just might get so ridiculous looking. second banner with the little anvil. It's cool. It is cool. I want to do maybe like a mix of both. There's no way I want to use the base kit and just leave it at that, because these are just from, like, Dwarf Warriors. These are from Quarrelers and Thunderers. So, like, if you have a Rune Lord, basically with the same attire as, like, Clans Dwarves, that's kind of just a bit icky. The square banner is a bit better. Exactly. That's kind of why I'm thinking more so the square banner. Again, it's not supposed to be the guy. It's supposed to be someone who is kind of, like, taught by the guys, so maybe this is his way of, like, showing that or something. I think what I would do is use brass rod. Figure out how thick that is, and then go buy some and push it up. Hey, you alright? Yeah, there is a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay. There is. Well, you know what I could do right now is I could just chop the hell out of this thing and figure out what to do with it. What is Mochi barking at? Mochi baby! Mochi baby! What's up? Okay. Well, I know for a fact the one thing I need to do is get this icon off. Why are you cutting the head like Predator? Save me the head! Save me the head like Predator. I mean, if all else fails, you could literally just make your own banner. I don't think it's too hard. The charms may be a problem. Let's just see this. I have the, I mean, I have Crag's banner. I have Crag the Grim. I don't want to mimic it. I want to show that there is some relation. He also has like it's like an anvil with wings. That's kind of what it looks like. Mochi, stop. There he is. So his is wings and an anvil. Pretty simple design. I mean, let's be honest here, though. This is... Crag the Grim only looks this way because he's old. Not old in lore, but old in, like, sculpt. If you're the Rune Lord, the guy who could create anything, and work the runes like no tomorrow, there ain't no way you're with this shit. Like, this attire? Like, what are you wearing, brother? A cloak? A fur cloak? The lamest looking hammer in the world? But, you know, he's a dude. I'm almost tempted to just do something like this. Oh, you could rebend the banner. It's fine. None of these banners came straight anyways. You have to kind of, like, bend them into place. Let's see. I'm actually more interested in this because maybe I can have some sort of, like, storytelling that tells the tale of, like, what it took for this guy to become a Rune Lord under Crag the Grim. And this is kind of like some sort of, like, not an award, but in a way like a show of his mettle, like what he's done. If there's any sort of rune that Crag has, I can kind of, like, replace some of this stuff with it, maybe. I like this idea. I like this. Actually, this seems more kind of where I want to be. Okay. We'll do that. Crag the Grim was a 4th edition character. Oh. Was he 4th edition? There he is. Rune Lord Crag the Grim, 309 points. Holy fuck. Very interesting. Can't see it. His, the rune staff of Crag the Grim. This ancient staff of oak is adorned with the skull of a minotaur which Crag slew while still a youth of just 100 winters. The skull has been coated in brass to preserve it. The staff bears the rune of the furnace, immune to fire, And the rune of spell breaking, automatic dispel, one use only. And the rune of passage, move through difficult terrain. These make Crag immune to fire, able to ignore the effects of difficult terrain, and be able to dispel incoming spells automatically per battle. I mean, that's a cool bit of lore, I guess. What is Crag's master rune? It says right there. There is a master rune. What does it look like? Crag's own hidden and secret rune. The old dwarf is jealous of his lore and protective of his reputation, and so far he has not shared the secrets of his master rune with any of his apprentices. So only he may use it. Wow. I guess we'll never know. It is lore-friendly that he would never share his rune. What a bastard. What a boomer. Share it with the young folks, dude. Mochi, why are you crying? Why is Mochi baby crying? Yeah, no, you can't. I'm gonna have to get rid of, this charm needs to go. Which means I also need to carve it out of here. These will also come off the pages, which I'll cut probably with a knife. It is 8 o'clock? 8 p.m.? Man, getting this thing completely off is going to be a bitch. I can kind of chop off all of the bottom. That little, like, buckler. No regrets. No regrets. Yo, yo. Basically, the second end times. I'll be done with this army while the old world is dead. Like, they're gonna cancel the old world again. And I'll be like, but I just finished the army. What do you mean? Thing is, though, we will get there. I will finish this army, no copium. Yes, true. Hey, I mean, tomorrow could be Dwarf pre-order day, so, like, you know what? Or not pre-order, but, like, you know. I mean, yikes. That's all I gotta say, yikes. 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 Big yikes. Sitting for 3 months, finally done. That's a good feeling, dude. Finishing things you've had sitting for ages is a good feeling. Very good feeling. Oh, Jesus. Can you go back and repaint some of the parts if you aren't satisfied with after finishing them? Well, think of it this way. You're just putting layers of paint on it, so, like, it will get thick and chunky. What you can do is scrape off the paint, or you can, like, strip the paint completely from the model. You can do it, but, like, it will get chunky, potentially. Yeah, stuff like that, though. That's how you would do it. That's, like, the only way to do it. Riddle of Steel. I gotta go back and watch those movies. It's been so long. The soundtrack was so good. That's, like, the one thing I take from it with me, is the soundtrack, because I typically listen to it. The vinyl for it? I would imagine. I mean, I own a few vinyls, I just don't have any players, so unlucky, but that shit sounds good. Definitely sounds better than most things from the stuff I have heard. Conan the Barbarian soundtrack, vinyl. Conan vinyl soundtrack. There's like 50 billion on eBay. $50. Conan the Barbarian. Yeah. $100, $50. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's always better to find things in the wild, for sure. That's nicer, right? It's like, oh my god, do we really have this in store? But, yeah, you can typically find that stuff online, it seems. It seems. The days of high adventure. They have that soundtrack on Spotify, you know? It is excellent for when you're playing Scion and want to win, but also want to go 0-50 and win. I should probably cut these, like, ancestor faces off. Doesn't really make sense having them draped behind horns. Hmm. The thing is about something that's from the 80s, early 80s, it's hard to find sealed. It's very hard to find sealed, right? And I feel like for things very old, I don't mind if they're kind of beat up because it's just of that age, you know? They made a re-release in 2015. I would go for the original if you could. Personally, that's what I would do, but you'd have to look. They're probably there. It's just somewhere. You gotta find it. Yeah, true. Yeah. It is rare to find old things brand new. They're there somewhere, dude. You just gotta go looking. They're there. The world is a very big place. You'd be surprised what people have. I'm sure somewhere, someone is sitting on like 5 to 10 of them, and he just forgot, and they're brand new. Or that too. It could be at the bottom of the ocean. Where do you buy brass rod? Does anyone know? Would you go to like a model railroad store to get that? Because there's no way I'm using plastic. I think what I would do is like drill. When I drill in? Yeah, we're gonna do, well, what I'm gonna do is brass rod this banner into his back. So it's very sturdy. Big hardware store. Medieval era war bows and wine. They bring those up from the ocean. What? Thick paperclip? No, this is too thick. You need a, like, this is brass rod for sure. It's definitely safer to go with the rod option. Models. Okay, so I'd probably go hit one of those. Okay. I'll just bring the, bring this, and then I'll get it the exact same size, and we're good. Yeah, it's most likely just one of those stores. We had one locally, but it shut down. They all kind of shut down, actually. think I kind of fucked up the bolt a little bit, but there's no way I'm redoing this, so I'll just green stuff it. Stream the quest for the brass rod. No, no way. It'd just be me walking in saying, yo, you got brass rod? It's over there. Okay, thank you. Okay, I bought one. Bye. Various sizes and not all. Oh, it's the model railroad stores that definitely do. I know where one is. I played the old Fables. I know they're supposed to be doing a remake of Fable, which is cool. Those games haven't really gone anywhere in a while. So it's cool to see that they might potentially, you know, resurface and you can kind of just forge your own destiny. think I need to chop off these ancestor faces completely and just glue... I need to glue custom ones. Ay, ay, ay. Get off. Leave. Go away. Oh yeah, you'd paint all of them. I'm gonna do custom freehand on these as well, eventually. It's just a matter of, making things as custom as possible. Because if this is, like, the big centerpiece model, it needs to be cool looking. It needs to also not resemble something that already exists. Yeah, sometimes. Just depends on what for. Holy moly, this is going to be a lot of work. Cast, yo, buddy. Painting models with those is so satisfying. It's pretty good, yeah. Watch to do. It's very easy, at least for, like, the basics. No. I still didn't get him. You know what I saw today on him, though? You know those Games Workshop in partnership collector cases where, like, it's a display case that you put together and then it has, like, a backdrop for your minis? Have you seen those that they've showcased on their community site? Oh, well, they're not really anything worthwhile. I was just going to say they made a Grombrindle one, and it reminded me today that I still didn't have the mini. I'm not really torn up over it. It's like an Age of Sigmar mini. It's cool. It's another Grombrindle, but... I'll get it eventually. Right now, I'm just too concerned with my old world stuff to even think about anything new. It could. I think my problem... I mean, anything could be a proxy if you want it to. My only gripe is that it's just Grombrindle, so, like... It could work, though. Yeah, you could do it. There's a lot of Grombrindle models out there. Lots of them. Excuse me. Yeah, take it easy, man. Sorry, I'm just kind of like whittling away at this thing. It's taking a very long time, so I'm not really doing much. Take it easy, man. I've kind of put in a bit of work to try and like blank slate the whole thing, and I'm still not really done. But like getting in there to try and scrape out all of the problems, all of like the extra little bits and bobs. The bits and bobs. It's just taking a while. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Yeah, take it easy, man. Fucking hell. It's still pretty early for me, but like, I got a bit more time. Holy moly. Alright. Holy moly, what a nightmare. Gunpla? Not really. I'm not really into big, like, robots. Big robots, not really my thing. So it's kind of it's like a similar hobby, but a different interest, you know? Okay, I don't know how long that took, probably 30 minutes, 40 minutes to scrape all this shit away and make it look like it was never there to begin with. It's not even done yet, but like, Jesus. Yeah, the book's a weird shape. It's not really straight, but whatever. Yeah, it looks pretty clean. I'm probably going to replace the hammer on top. I was eyeing this one. Which would be interesting because there's kind of this, like, wing motif with Crag the Grim. If I could somehow throw wings on this thing, that'd be very interesting. I don't think any current GW kits have wings. Actually, I mean, I'm looking at wings right now. What am I talking about? Right here. You can't even see it. Yeah. Maybe if I take another one of these and I chop it up and I glue the wing onto this side as well. And then I can maybe... I don't know. You could put the wing at the top of the hammer. That could be a thing. Yeah, it could. I think the reason I'm looking at this is just, like... I'm thinking of other units that I'd be making, and I want nothing to look like this. So, even if I use this one... Where is it? If I use this one again, I want it to be completely different. I don't know. Like, the hammers on top are the exact same. The anvils are the exact same. Maybe I'll do something with those. I could put a wing, you're right, like, up here if I chop the little hammer off with the rune. Let me just blue tack that and see what it looks like. Or, again, I can just chop the hammer off and put the wing with the hammer glued in. It kind of just looks weird. The angle's kind of strange. The angle's a little strange. That looks a bit weird, no? Put wings on the dwarf head right below the anvil. What? It's interesting. I don't really know if I like it, though. It looks a little strange. It looks a bit strange. Where did you say? Put it below the anvil? On the dwarf head below the anvil. You talking about the little squat? This guy in here? Hmm. On the banner. Oh, you're talking about this thing? This face? Right here? Hmm. I don't really know yet. On the banner. What banner? Oh, you're talking about this thing. Oh. Interesting. I mean, I'd have to put, like, the other... I'd have to put another wing on it to make it look symmetrical, but... I don't know yet. I don't even know if I like this, like, shield down here. This thing would have to be quite off the guy. Probably like that for it to work. Turn the anvil on the side. Oh. That's a smart idea. That's a smart idea. Okay. I know what you mean. Put it like this. Literally just like this, right? Shield suits a rune priest? What shield? He's not getting a shield. Maybe use the whole rune hammer? Huh? What? No, he's not getting a shield. That's a smart idea, actually. I never thought of that. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be changing this anyways. Oh, the round shield on the banner? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just a matter of, like... I think it's a matter of dead space, not the video game. Like, if I remove this shield, it might look a little bit bizarre. I think I'm going to leave it on for now. I'm not going to finalize it until I get, like, my brass rod. You're right, though. I know what you mean. When it comes to the anvil, I could turn it. I would have to shave all of this down, clean the anvil, turn it sideways, facing forward. It would give the profile of Crag the Grim. What do the wings look like? That's a smart idea. I kind of like that. I don't mind it. It's just at that point, I think it would be too much a parody of the guy, which it's not supposed to be him, but, like, I'm kind of hitting it beat for beat to kind of make it look like him. I don't know if my brain likes that, it sounds cool and it sounds like different. It would just look like Crag the Grim. Whereas I think the big defining feature in like any, you know, semblance to the dude would be like the horns. I like the horns. Hmm. Wish I could cut this shield off without, like, really perma-fucking it. I'm just wondering how high up this should be at that point. Like, do the horns kind of block that? Maybe having the horns slightly in front of it makes a bit more sense, just like that. Yeah, exactly. I don't want it too high because it would look terrible too high. Yeah, I'll play Space Marine 2 when it comes out. Just thinking of something I could put... Again, the dead space is kind of where I'm at. I don't want a pole sticking through the back of, like, his head. I don't mind a little bit of it showing, but if it's, like, up here, it's garbage. That's just terrible looking. It needs to be somewhat squatted against his back. Not so that the horns cover it, but, again, maybe, like... The horns are a little bit in front of it, like that. Choices, choices, choices. This is what converting does to your brain. Can I see some references? Let's see. Are there any banners in this book? Ungrim. So Ungrim's got his little 4 banners kind of like around his horns. Okay. Barely touching the book. Exactly, yeah. I mean, like that, right? Maybe this. Not that. That's too much. But this I think I like. Here's another one with Bugman. Here's another one with Cazador, but like, Jesus Christ, you can't even see his banner. Here's Crag's. Burlock Damonson. They seem to just be barely touching. Yeah, just barely. Which I think aesthetically looks the best. So it doesn't really separate from the model. It's more so kind of like... It looks conjoined. It looks like it's all part of the same thing instead of something tacked onto them. So if I was to do this... The shield would go. For sure the shield would go. It's kind of a big cut. It's kind of a very big cut if I don't like it. You know what? It would have to. The shield wouldn't look good. Just like that. You know who actually has one of these is Belagar. Belagar's got a back banner. And it's very much in front. Yeah. Interesting. Rodriguez, yo, buddy. Not really. No. Belagar's looks good. And his is... Once I chop it, it's pretty fucked. It wouldn't look right if I was to redo it. We'll take a look at the Belagar model. What the, where is Belagar? Is he even being sold on the website anymore? He's not even on the website. What the fuck? So, City's dwarves are getting even more fucked. Is that the link to it? Type it in. Type it what it is. I'm looking at the Cities of Sigmar section, and he's just not even here. He's not here as the Warden King, which I believe was his name when he got shafted. Yeah, Belagar Ironhammer. I'm trying to look for the turnaround. Yeah. I mean, here, this isn't even my image, but you can kind of see. It's not mine, it's just Google. So his back banner actually peeks over his head a little bit, and there's a pole there. Yeah, we got to do this. We need to chop him up. Goodbye, shield. Fuck, I cleaned the shield perfectly, too, and I just wasted time. Damn it. I spent like 30 minutes cleaning the fucking shield just to delete it. Yeah. Alright, and I can put charms or whatever down there. What it look like up here? Yeah, I think sometimes you got to take drastic steps to make things look good. And again, it's not that I can't go back and like adjust this and add things to make it kind of filled in this spot, but it would have had to have been extended above. It did ruin the silhouette a bit, yeah. It was too close to the body. That. Sure, I don't mind it. Fuck, I've basically just like completely chopped away the whole thing. Like, Jesus, man. Who's the strongest dwarf to ever live besides an ancestor or Grombrindle? Strongest dwarf? I mean, Gotrek lived through the end of the world. Like, it's pretty strong to me. I know he was kind of possessed by Grimnir and whatnot, but The oldest living dwarf in existence is Crag the Grim. I know we just keep saying that name, but, like, it is. He's like 1,600 years old or something. Rose saw the dinosaurs first walk the earth. He's very fucking old. He's just so... Like, go I don't know. Go read up on it. Old dude. Very old. I don't even think he was in the end times. I think they just didn't even write him in. Blacksmith Poppy. Yeah, some characters I guess didn't even bother, like, they just didn't care about him. The bottom of this book is just not even straight to begin with. It's just not. Weird. Okay, I can put a temporary banner. You know what? I can literally just use a toothpick. Which I believe this is actually the perfect diameter. Yeah, wow, look at that. Perfect. Perfecto. So now we can kind of see what it would look like. It definitely needs more personality, I think, but, like, it's a very good blank slate to work from. It needs a lot more personality. Like that? Jesus. Hell. Sculpt the page reminder cloth thingy books have hanging down. Like a bookmark? Like that. I mean, honestly, no matter how it looks, this probably just straight up would look better than a bunch of things hiding behind his head. I don't think you'd want to walk around getting banged in the back of the head by, like, symbols and shit like that. He would look something like that. I think it looks good, honestly, yeah. And it's very different from the other banners, so, like, you can distinguish it, but not perfectly, I guess. Figure something out for the charms, though, for sure. As cool as this may look, it will look cool. It's just, this is... If I was to use this, I could never use it again. I think is my gripe. But then, damn, look at that, eh? That's even more crazy. Like, look at that, man. That looks pretty good, too. I guess it's just out of the realm of believability, maybe. That is true. Yep, that's true. You're not wrong. It's, I guess, also just a more believable scale. This thing is just so fucking big. Who is gonna have that on their back? It's just kind of goofy. like this is a banner. This is a like a literal standard. Whereas this could maybe be just like a back, you know, piece, something akin to like again what Belagar has. Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that. Cool. I like it. Let me clean up my station, and I'll figure out what more I want to do. An anvil that size needs 2 dwarves. But there's only one rune lord that works the runes. There's Anvil Guard. So, like, typically there's one person in back who's, like, the rune lord. And then I have 2 Anvil Guard. So 3. Jesus, man. I mean, they're not going to be, like, this tight-knit. I think I'm going to have them a bit more separate. Or maybe they could be like this. It's just the base they're going on is very big. Well, there will be the apprentice, yeah. Like, the apprentice is in the back, right? It'll be like this, and then there's going to be steps leading from the back of the anvil, like, circle, the anvil ring, into the forge with the apprentice. Yeah. So I'm still doing it. I'm doing it as it's intended. It's just I'm making my own. So that's why. It'll look good. All of the Anvil Guard will be themed around the Rune Lord, so... 3 more Drunk Dwarves. I don't think you put Drunk Dwarves next to an Anvil. I don't know about that one. When is going to have Dwarfs in 40k? There already are Dwarves in 40k. They're called the Leagues of Votan. But they're not your typical Dwarves. They're just, like, cloned humans that were stunted and are now kind of dwarves in space. Yeah, I guess. All right, I need to clean up this table, so let me move everything into boxes. Polish take over Poland. What are you smoking? What is bro on? He's got drugs. He fights drugs and uses drugs. DRG? I mean, they're basically DRG. I mean, the Leagues of Votan just have no lore outside of a book. And by book, I mean a single army book. Platform is sick. What, the Anvil? It's pretty good so far. I think the silhouette is very cool for the Anvil. I'm still, again, going to go in with, like, something for the banner in the back. This is all GW. All this is GW stuff. GW, Thork Ironbrow. The horns are from his Anvil Guard. This is just a Rune Lord. This is like a Thunderer back banner. Or like a banner. It's all just like bashed together. Yeah. It's all GW. Okay, let's clean up. I'm actually maybe going to take elements from this. Like, I cannibalized a few Anvil Guard previously, because the Anvil Guard are just kind of not my taste in sculpt. And they've got some good bits, so, like, you can take the hammerheads, you can take the horns, you could take the tobacco and the pipe. If you really hack this thing up and like whittle away, and then you can place it, you know, maybe on like you know what I mean? You can do a bunch of stupid shit. Probably will incorporate something like that when I can get to it, but I need to Another thing I wanted to do with the Anvil Guard is I wanted to also give them back banners. What's the point of this hobby? Well, it's a game. Like, I want to go play with my army. You don't just build shit and be like, oh, great, that's cool. Like, you can go play the game if you want to. The game is like a straight-up strategy game. Everything here has, like, a points cost. It's got values, different weapons, so on and so forth. It's like an RTS game, but physical. But it's also a creative outlet. Yeah, so you can kind of just create and do your own stuff. It's not just, like, mindless dribble. No minis will be painted for a while. No, unfortunately not. I will be painting my dwarf army. It's just a matter of getting through them all. And the anvil is mostly pieced out, so I don't really have to work on the anvil. I think I should start working on maybe, like, Iron Drakes or Dwarf Warriors. Something like that. Generic troops. It's unaffordable here in Brazil. Yeah, that sucks. Brazil is not the best place, unfortunately, for Warhammer. Do 3D printing. No, I mean, you're just cleaning up stuff, right? Like, as an example, what I just did for probably an hour was customize this. Man, if I knew to just chop this fucking thing off, it would have gone so much faster. But, you know. You can do whatever. It's a creative thing. It's not affordable anywhere. Yep. It's shitty. I just want the book and the dice. I'm good for the rest. Like, okay, give me Ungrim. Okay, give me, like, you know, the Forge World Thane. Jesus, dude. Sorry, this is loud as hell. Okay. What else do I need for the anvil? I need to create a box, which was always in question. How? You break this guy down. Excuse me. Excuse-moi. Okay. You know what I wanted to replace was the hammer here. I wanted to replace this head. I think I had a few. Excuse me. You. Hmm. Guess I'll figure that out later. It's fine. So I think for the most part, the anvil is not only sorted, but it's basically done. It's just a matter of getting a brass rod and kind of finalizing gluing. So there's the anvil stuff. I guess I haven't cleaned the anvil, though. Cool. Okay, so what do I have basically done? Ooh, what the fuck? It's like leaking. Gyro? Uh... One gyro, one anvil. Change Rune Lord Hammer. Think I should do Iron Drakes 2 units of 5 Iron Drakes. I think that's a logical thing. They're more than likely going to be played in most games because Iron Drakes are very good. And they're cool. So, on to Iron Drakes. If I've got them, I'm making them. Rune Writing. This is a 2K army. 2,000 points. It'll be more so centered around, I guess, gun lining, but a mix of things. Ideally, I have to watch a few more battle reports as to, like, what makes sense, what might not. I just don't have time to play the game, and the only way to play the game would be through, like, Warhol or Tabletop Sim, so... One sec. Baby, what's up, little baby? Okay. What's up, baby Moch? Baby Mochi. Yeah, Iron Drakes are really cool. And they're relevant in games, so that makes them even cooler, because now you can play them and not feel shame. Do I have Iron Drakes anywhere? I think I do. One sec. So, yeah, you need beard armor when you're doing this anyways, because, like, imagine accidentally burning off your beard and it's like, well, there goes my entire existence. I guess I die. So here's the sergeant. So I'm pretty sure the way Iron Drakes are played currently is you just take a sergeant and you take 4 regular troops, and that's the unit. Sergeant just for the troll hammer and you're done. Pretty sure that's how that works. Mochi, stop. Fucking doggy. What? I have no idea what the fuck you're saying, dude. I have absolutely no clue. I don't even watch Dragon Ball. What? I heard the abridged stuff was kind of shit, though, no? Wasn't it? Damn, the Iron Drakes look so sick. Too bad they're all like one color. Dwarves aren't very inspiring when it comes to like painting. It's more so, I guess, their gear that's cool. You know what? I guess it's more so the elites that aren't as inspiring because they're just pure blown like clad in armor. There's like no clothing that you can make unique. All of the Gromroll suits kind of need to be the same. Yep. You get like a little bit of skin for the face. Gyrocopters do exist. Yeah, there's miniatures. I was building one probably a month ago. The Scottish one at the end, he looks like CGI. You talking about Dane Ironfoot? The Iron Hill dwarf guy on the boar? He was cool. Everyone knows the worst dwarf in the entire fucking trilogy was Thorin. Holy shit, Thorin was so garbage. Yeah. Oh, you know what I need? I need another troll hammer. I need another troll hammer. Send me a troll hammer. I'm doing 2 sergeants. I need 2 hammers. Troll hammers. Dwallin or Ballin were the goats? I would agree. I would say Ballin's the goat. For sure. Like, Dwallin for his loyalty, you know? And I guess how hard he was kind of, giving it to the orcs. But, like, Ballin that's a Ballin. Yep. That's always sad, but, you know, it is what it is. Him and a few others. Forgot exactly which ones, but... yeah, it sucks. Hey, listen, I avenged him. I played Return to Moria. They had John Rhys Davies playing Gimli. He said, "Thank you, laddie. You retook Moria. I'm off to die now. Goodbye." I'm like, okay. Thank you. Thank you for reclaiming Moria. I won't be seeing you in the Undying Lands. Goodbye. Like, Have a nice life. Yeah, Moria was sick. That was a great game. There is a sandbox mode, but, like, I'm done with that game. We're done with that game. I think this is fine to do. This chain is going to break if I don't do this, so I guess it's good. I don't know how some people even live with, like, night hunt armies. My girlfriend was doing one, and anytime you pick something up, you're just scared of it breaking, because it's so flimsy. The entire army is as flimsy as this chain. Pretty bad. How do you deal with it? Yeah. Skaven spikes broke while doing mine. Yeah, I typically now just put blue tack in it, so it just doesn't move. And I can kind of, like, maneuver it around. There's a lot of very flimsy models out there, and then when it comes to, like, transporting them, it's even worse. I mean, you only learn through failing. I've broken a few things, so I decided to just try and do this, and it worked out, so... You will only learn through actively fucking things up. I wish I could find a way to make more troll hammers work, at least, like, visually on a model. No, I was referring to, like, the visuals. Like, if you could ever store troll hammers on the back of an Iron Drake, just to make him look like he's got more than one shot. Because he just kind of has one shot, and it's like, oh, that's the sergeant. Boom. Oh, you're out of ammo? Okay. Yeah. What is wrong with this one? I wonder how you'd do it, though. Maybe give him some sort of, like, backpack or something? Maybe you could just load it onto his back with, like, one more torpedo. There's no way he could carry more than one, like, on his back if it's this fucking big. Something like that. I don't know. Just thinking of ways to make it look more legit, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, the thing, you would never have... Okay. You would never have something unreliable. So whatever you decided to do, it would need to look like it was perfected. At least from a lore standpoint, and that's just me being anal about it. But, like, if you were to strap a missile to your back and just kind of, like, walk into battle, it'd be a little janky. I don't know how I'd do it. I gotta think about it, though. Yeah. I mean, that's just being anal, though, to be fair. That's not even, like, a thing people think about. Fine. Skaven are just like, who gives a shit? Walk into the battle, blow up. Don't worry, it's chill. I just want to see. Maybe cutting off the chain. I wonder how this even works, to be honest. It's been a while. Maybe if you did some sort of backpack and the troll hammers were sticking up like this. So there'd be 1 and 2. You can't even see it. 1 and 2. Maybe. I have no idea. It definitely looks better with one more on the back. I'm not gonna lie. Like a pouch. Fucking Christ. Tied to his belt on each side. I don't even think there's room. I'll try and tack it together and I'll see what it looks like, but I genuinely don't think there's any room because the gun is so big. Like, look how big the gun is. And then you also have this arm. And then you have another torpedo sticking out the damn front of the gun. Like, it looks so cumbersome. But from a lore standpoint, how the hell else would you do it? You'd have, like, a guy just bring him up? Hang on. So, like, this and this. That looks a little bit cumbersome. Just as an idea, you know? I mean, dwarves can absolutely carry this shit. It's not hard, at least for them, but, like... Lore-wise, you think it would be hard to reload on your own? It looks better with one on the back, for sure. It looks a little bit more like he's got more than one chance. Let me just read the little bit of Trollhammer Torpedo on the wiki. You know what? Where does Barden... Barden just pulls it out of his ass? Because Barden also has them. I think he just pulls it out of his ass. I think they literally... Iron Drakes... Fantasy. Small backpack on his model? Really? Let me... Trollhammer Torpedo. Some Iron Drakes wield Drake guns that fire the deadly Trollhammer Torpedo rather than the effusion of flame, a spiked cone-shaped projectile of death at unfortunate foes. Great lore. He has a bag of holding up his bum. Something like that. The creation of the Drake gun came from the bitter underground wars of the dwarfs fought daily. Began to evolve. Okay, great. Invented new weapons that could deter these countermeasures with blazing efficiency. The Drake gun was one of the such inventions. Okay. I mean, I guess there's not much on the Drake gun. There isn't much. Even in their models in, like, Total War, obviously it's a video game, so, like, doesn't really help. Is there a good 360? Can you post it in my Discord? If you don't mind, my TobiasFatePLUS Discord. I can do this as well. He would need to be wielding... Oh, you know what? I don't think that's the case, because you can have a Drake gun Like, you could have a Trollhammer torpedo as anything with Barden, and I don't think it alters any sort of physical thing. What? Oh, gee. What are you doing? I'll come see you in a second. Probably done after this is like 10 p.m. When horror games on main? Soon. We're still kind of like unpacking, so when everything is settled, we're gonna do that. Soon. My question is, why the fuck is there a chain on this thing? What's the point of the chain? If it's fired like a torpedo, do you need the chain? What's the point? Maybe I'm missing something in terms of like how this is engineered. I think it just looks cool, maybe, yeah. You put it in general? Okay. Oh. See, you know what? That's just flavor. That's not really where it's from. That's just like Ironbreaker Barden. That's just a little chest part of his like outfit. It's not really like a Drake thing. Yeah, that's just part of the costume. Because those things wouldn't even fit. they're too big. I like the idea of... It almost reminds me of a Lego bit. Shoot and crank it back in so there's more than one shot, maybe? No, it's like an explosion. At least it's an explosion in Total War. Maybe there's an instance somewhere that's written a certain way. I was gonna say, maybe if I do the backpack... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But, like, the chain? What's the point of the chain? So the backpack would be something like this. That's, I guess, the back view. You could maybe have the end of the torpedo. Like this. And then... sticking out of it. That would kind of look like a little jetpack. I don't know if I like that. And then it would be something like that, something like that. It just looks like a jetpack at this point. I'm not gonna lie. So if this was kind of like the top view, they would slot in like here. In Vermintide, they just shoot the whole fucking thing. If you've got Vermintide and you want to go look at how the Trollhammer works, that'd be awesome. But I genuinely think they just shoot it, and it's like a lobbed rocket, like a grenade, and it just goes out, explodes, and that's it. I don't think you'd even be able to fit two on his back. Have it at an angle so it looks like less of a jetpack. I want something industrial. Something that looks like it has a purpose in the army. I've seen the Chaos Dwarves in 3, yeah. I don't like them. They're gross. You know what? I think just having one on his back is fine. At least it conveys that he's got more than one chance. I like that. But I want to make it look like it's manufactured for that reason, right? Like, the dwarves wouldn't just take a backpack and be like, all right, load up the troll hammers in a fucking satchel. You know, they'd probably create something that does it efficiently, where they can just reload and carry them around. That's how I'm viewing it. Especially if it's an Iron Drake, where their armor is, like, the best of the best. It's like, oh, don't worry, we're coated in Gromril, and, you know, the runesmiths gave us, like, all of these fucking protection runes in our armor and everything, and our beards are also protected, but we're carrying around, like, a leather bag type of thing. I would go with the one on the back, too. 2 seems a little too much. Extension of the armor. Like, it's loaded onto the sergeant's back. Like, it's literally an extended piece of, like, torso armor that slots in troll hammers. That would be interesting. I mean, there's a few pieces of, like, tech that they've got. They've got the pistols, they've got the cinder blast bombs. I want to make them look like they're actually going to war, not just, like, spawning in from a game. It's like, oh, I've got cinder blast bombs up my ass. Here they are. So there's no reason... Hang on. We'll see, though. I mean, you just fiddle around with it and you'll get it eventually. It's not that big of a deal. It ain't rocket science, it's just throwing shit together for like 30 minutes and you'll get it. Chained grots that carry additional shells. That's sacrilegious. You kill those things on sight. It's funny, though, because, like, in the miners' sprue, the dwarven miners, they've got grots stuck in cages by, like, lanterns and shit like that, so that's kind of funny. But these guys are meant for, like, extermination. I don't think they'd be dragging around anything like that. They're for flushing out the deepest, darkest pits. That looks pretty dope. That looks cool, though, eh? It looks way better with one on the back than, like, none. That's cool. Check oxygen levels. Could be it. Could be it. It's probably what it is. I didn't know that. Who knows? Chunky dude. What could be interesting that would look pretty dope is you can have the troll... You can do some sort of, like, apparatus for the back. Where is this? You could do something like it's storage, where you have kind of like this, and it leads into this that holds the torpedo, so... So the torpedo would go there, and then the chain that's connected to this ring could be wrapped around this. so it looks believable. You could do that. You could absolutely do that. You just have to, like, bend the chain quite a bit, or just maybe go get, like, a jeweler's chain. That would be fucking sick. Either way. Beard armor. Yes, they need beard armor. If you lose your beard in Dwarven society, you will want to go kill yourself. That's the lore. It's a very cruel world. What a cruel world. I wonder how I'd even make that backpack, though. Ideally, if I had a 3D printer, like, unboxed and ready to go, it would be very easy to kind of, like, come up with something very, just, chunky. Yeah, take it easy, man. Peace, peace, buddy. Goodbye, sir. Actually, I should be getting out of here anyways. Now, the putty is just used for conceptualizing stuff. Like, you put things together just to see how it would look like if you actually glued it all together. I do want to write that down, though, because that's, I want to write that down somewhere else, like... Lego clips. I was literally thinking about Lego clips for doing this. Yeah, like, actually, that's kind of what it reminded me of. Interesting. Yeah, that's basically what it is, though. It's just to conceptualize things that you want to kind of, like, tack together before you glue them. Because once you glue them, they're done. And you don't want to go back in and fucking hack out the glue if you don't like it. It's really bad. Not to mention the price you pay for all this shit, that's even worse. So yeah, it's not really the best of ideas to kind of rush some stuff, I find. Used to do that in my childhood. Now I'm just more so, like, thinking about what I want to do a bit more. Votan. But that's not saying much, because I don't really like them too much. I'm not really a big 40k guy like I used to be. What do I want to do? How do we use Cinderblast bombs? Pretty sure the only options for Drakes. Oh no, you get the pistols. Wait, the pistols are shit. No one cares about pistols. Hmm. Okay, I think I'm going to think this over and call it here. We've been here for like 4.5 hours, just scraping plastic like usual, but we're going to get there one day. So I'm going to go. With that being said, everyone take care of yourselves. Have a great night. Stay safe. Be well. And thanks for hanging out. And I will see you tomorrow, most likely on the main channel. And after that, then here for the usual. So yeah, peace everyone. Take care, guys. Have a great night.